Hello everybody. I'm doing my usual start of the stream sound test. I tried to make the music a little bit louder today because I'm gonna try to speak a little bit less and focus a little bit more on the work. Okay, yeah, it sounds pretty good. All right, so it's pretty late and I did not stream yesterday at night after all, so I gotta be efficient today. Last time I said that the next thing we're gonna be doing is we're gonna try to... How did I say that? Basically implement the system that includes like the grid kind of, and you know, it having some kind of knowledge of... Okay, the sound is a little high. Maybe the song was just not very high. So I will make it just a little lesser. Yeah, okay, that should be better. So basically there's going to be the system where the piece is not just moving in the void, and the limits of how far a piece can go, like I'm calculating them right now and stuff, but it's not a great idea. There should be some kind of code or entity or data structure that knows where the position of the squares are, and the piece, when it moves, it should just tell that entity where it is, or maybe ask it for the position, but you know, just know where in the grid, quote unquote, it is. And then I can scale the grid if I want to and whatnot, but yeah. So this is what I want to implement. And I made a beautiful graphic to show you how it's gonna work, okay? So there's gonna be the piece, which is like the thing that I'm coding right now. Oh, and I made my mouse cursor super big so you can see where I'm pointing. Oh, I'm not even showing the thing. I'm not even showing the thing. Okay, so yeah, that's the meme. So you have the piece here, right here. It's gonna want to go to a position. Like when it's falling, for example, it's gonna ask, oh, can I go at that position? Or can my squares be on those positions? Kind of like a Leviad. And then you have the grid, which is gonna be like this magnificent security guard. This bouncer, I should say. And it's gonna be like, yeah, you're allowed, or no, you're not allowed. Okay, so that's the idea that I'm gonna implement. I think I'm gonna make that be two different scripts that communicate together, but it could technically all be in a big game controller and whatnot. Maybe I'll do that. Who knows? But the important thing that I thought about after the stream last time is, let me just whoops. Is in the grid, when you have a block that's falling, like, I don't know, you have a, well, like this. Well, it doesn't really matter. You know, you have a block falling, looks like a leg. When it gets to the bottom and it stops moving, then it's gonna become individual little entities that are independent of one another. So the concept of a piece or those squares is gonna disappear. And I'm probably just gonna like literally destroy the entity here that represents the piece and then spawn a bunch of separate squares. And then these squares, they're just gonna be, you know, on the grid and whatnot. And those squares are what the grid is gonna check when it tells a piece, yeah, you're allowed to go on those, you know, on those positions. You're allowed to fill those positions. So yeah, that's the gist of it. That's the idea. So yeah, there's going to be entity destroying, entity spawning. There's going to be communication between scripts. So I need to check out all of these. I do remember that there was a decent amount of those kinds of operations in the Suica game clone that I did a little while ago. So how about I just open again the Suica clone? I already opened, by the way, the Tetris game. And here, we can start working. Okay. So again, I'm going to let the music play and I'm going to be focusing a little bit more on what's happening. You're going to be able to see what I do. You know, I'm not going to say that I won't speak, but yeah. Okay, so now we do have a grid that looks like something. Wait, can I still move the thing? Yeah. Oh, okay, but it's, well, yeah, pretty much within the bounds. Okay, so now we have a grid that kind of works. Maybe I could make it 12 high. Might be better. Hmm. Um, okay. So I can have a number of squares on the grid that's adaptive. Of course, here I hard coded the middle position by writing it 350. Actually, it's this position right here that I hard coded. Uh, you know what? It's gonna be hard coded for now. I don't really care. I did have a calculation in the P's.gd and stuff, but I don't. It doesn't matter. All of that doesn't matter. Also, if I look at this offset, ordering, show behind parent. Yeah, I don't know. Top level. I don't know. Fifth square. The thing that I spawn. Can I say? Oh yeah. Actually, I'm spawning this, but new square itself. The grid square here. This scene. What if I just take it and in ordering, aha, the index. Whoops. Let's say it's at -1. It's like background. Aha. We're getting somewhere. Okay, we are getting somewhere. Now, I want it to snap to the grid, the square that's falling. But also the square should be asking the grid if it's okay to be there. But currently the grid cannot contain any like actual like physical square that has a hitbox. Of course it's all going to be logic, but so I need to add that link between both. I guess. Yeah, I guess I want to add the like system to for the piece to ask the grid if it's okay to go somewhere. Also, the piece, I'm gonna pretty much restart the whole thing for the piece. I'm gonna keep the timer. Block size, you don't need that. You don't get to know where you fall. Yeah, is falling, yeah, that's important. But that's it. Actually, maybe not even, but so yeah, none of that stuff. And actually, in the grid, okay, let's just remove all of the code just to. So if a certain condition is falling equal false, it doesn't matter. Here, when I update the position, we'll see about that. Yeah, I think I should ask the grid where the position is. I'm just gonna hard code stuff for now. Because basically all of this information of like, oh, go to that position and whatnot, like, I don't know, I feel like it's not necessary to keep it here. In fact, I think maybe the grid is going to be the one to display stuff. It's just going to ask like, oh, what are your squares to the piece? To the piece, sorry. So the grid is going to ask the piece, where are your squares when it tries to render, and it's just going to render it to the screen. I think it's going to do that. It's also going to, this way, there's just one entity, the grid, which needs to know where the squares are in terms of like actual screen position. And yeah, the pieces, they just need to know like the index of where they are. So I feel like it's going to be easier overall to handle things like that, especially because the grid anyways is going to take charge of spawning in the right place, the squares, once the piece stops falling and I destroy the logical entity of the piece. And yeah, I think I'm going to do it like that. So I just need to go to the bathroom. It's going to be a quick bathroom break. And yeah, I'm going to keep thinking about that once I'm going to the bathroom. All right. So see you in a couple minutes. Bye bye. Hello, I'm back. I also realized that the songs had stopped, so I restarted them. I'm gonna go back to the correct. Yeah, that's good. Okay. Let's just keep going. So, now that I have spawned the grid, yep, I just gotta make sure that the falling piece is going to be asking the grid, hey, please, can you put me on that square? Then the grid says yes or no. And the grid then, I guess the grid asks the piece, what are its different squares, where they're at. Yeah. Maybe I just handle everything in a single script. Maybe that's easier actually. You know what? Yeah, I think I want to do everything in a single script. Like this. Yep. Then, I don't know. Okay. And I think I can remove that one. Yeah, sure, close, but also like, well, you know, let's just keep it for now. On the piece though, no, I don't want this anymore. Oh, I need to change the piece scene, of course. Yeah, so I don't want that anymore. I think it's just gonna be easier if I just handle everything in the same place, especially for communication between like whatever the function doing the process of moving the piece and asking for positions. It's just gonna be easier if everything is in one place. So if is falling, I don't want to do that. Just if I'm pressing a key, then something's happening, basically. Okay, here for positions in general, here I'm kind of calculating positions, right? So I should have a function just for that like returns a vector 2 depending on the grid position. So I say pose from, well, yeah, it's like position from position. Okay, I need to rename. I need to rename this. It needs to be called something different from positions. I don't know, position index or grid position maybe? By the way, Jmax, okay, Jmax it should be called call max, and Imax should be called row max. Oh, sorry. No, it is called Imax, and I want it to be called row max. And row and columns could be called I don't know, just grid squares. Yeah, let's just say that. Oh, wait. No, okay, that's cool. So, position from row call. Or just position. with row and call. Yeah, okay. So here is going to be... So the calculation is going to be something like that, right? Like vector 2 of course, you know, x and y, as I can see here. X and y. Oh, also return? Okay, why doesn't it work? Global position? Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, so positions, yeah, I forgot to rename it correctly. So positions, control F, is actually going to be grid squares. Okay. And global position, yeah, I mean... five actually. Yeah, I guess. Okay, so that's not too bad here. Actually, the row is going to be... Because, okay, I didn't say it, but what I'm thinking... Okay, sorry. That was just funny. So what I'm thinking, or how I want to represent a piece... and don't forget, I'm going to expand upon the mechanics of Tetris. So I want... One mechanic that I really want is to be able to eventually... I'm just going to draw it. It's going to be much clearer. To eventually be able to add squares to what already exists. So let's say you have... Yeah, let's say just a normal 2x2 Tetris square. Then maybe when you upgrade this, you want to add a square here. And it could be a special square with, I don't know, a symbol on it and it does something. But basically you can expand upon that. So the way that I want to know how these work is I want to have one of the squares be a pivot, which I thought was going to be calculated automatically with the weights and whatnot that I explained yesterday. But the more I'm thinking about it, the more cool it would be if the pivot is obvious and you can play around that pivot. Okay, so for example, if the pivot is here and you just know that it's here, then from the pivot, I still want to be able to represent every Tetris block correctly. So let's say from the pivot, let me just do that real quick. Okay, so let's say from the pivot, you can have 2 blocks up in every direction, right? So in this case, well, let's just do a... Oh yeah, I should have... Okay. I'm just gonna redo the drawing because I'm realizing it's not great. So yeah, just... Okay. I'm just gonna restart everything. Okay, here. Now this and that. So on this layer, let's just do a quick grid. Like this. Gonna be a 3x3 grid. No, not 3x3. 5x5. You have the middle one. And then the other one is split in 2. This. Same for here. Okay, yeah. So that would be your grid that you can see when you're upgrading one of your pieces, right? You see this grid. But in this grid, you also see the squares that are currently filled. So, for example, like this, and this is where I'm going with this. You know, you have in the center, every piece already has a pivot when you have it. So this one is the pivot. Okay, you rotate around that one. When you rotate the piece, it's going to rotate around the pivot. So for example, for a long bar, quote unquote, it would go too high, right? Like this, and then one down. So you have a 4 square thing. And you could, when you upgrade it, make it 5 long to do a Tetris, for example. You can also maybe expand it like that. You can expand it like this. But no matter what, it's very clear to see, like, when you pivot, what's gonna go where, and you know it, because you can already visualize, because you know it's around this that it's gonna pivot. You can, you know, put it there. It doesn't matter. I'm probably gonna add a condition where you can't just add like one right here or something, because that would be a little strange. But yeah, okay, that's the idea. Like, you can expand your things. So technically, if you add squares and squares and squares, like the maximum you could have is a 5x5 huge block. That would be kind of insane, but you know. So yeah, maybe if you go for like a crazy run, you go like a 5x5 and another that's like 5x4 or something, because it's 9 large, and you can just boom do a 5 tris, a pentris, in just two pieces. That would be insane. You know, you can already start to see like the kind of absurd things that you could do with that. But the idea is the pivot is very obvious. It's very clear. I don't have to calculate it at runtime, unlike what I was suggesting yesterday. And yeah, it just seems like a good idea. The way that I would represent positions for one single like piece. Oh, I might actually need the piece script, if only because of the piece definition and like all the different pieces that you have and stuff. But yeah. So this would be, so yeah, the positions for that small like object grid for that one piece, name drop. It would be, the pivot is at 0, 0, and then this would be like, you know, -1, -2 in the y direction, and that's +1 and +2 in the y direction. Here it's -1 in the x and -2 in the x and 1 and 2, you know, similarly. And of course, you know, this is actually like, okay, let's say here it's actually 0, -2, right? Because it's x and y. So the way that it would work is the position of the piece is represented by the pivot, but then I'm asking the piece like, oh, what are your other positions that you're trying to fill, or that if I let you move there that you would fill up, and then, you know, you just do, oh, I have a +1, I have a plus thing, and then the grid can see, okay, well, pivot +1, okay, it's filled up, or something like that. So that's the operating theory, idea, thingy, you know. Yeah. Okay. So. Yeah. Well, now, if I try to implement that, well, implement that, I mean, implement the system where I move stuff. So, okay, so the piece that currently exists, there's only one. So yeah, it should actually be piece call, piece row. So yeah, when I'm spawning the thing in, I guess the pivot should always be at row 3 already, right? Be 3, And then the column is at 5 because, you know, 5 is like total column, right? Okay. Sure. Okay, so that's cool. But here it should actually be, this one is row. Yeah, this one is row. This one is column. So this one is going to be column. This one is going to be row. This one is going to be column. No, row and column. Okay. Should be row. No, this one is column. Okay, like this. Then here, moving the stuff. Technically what it's doing, let's say I let it do its thing. Here it would be piece all, right? Left and right. So piece call would be plus equal 1. No, left minus equal 1. And here is plus equal 1. Piece call again. Whoops. Not dot x, just this. Right. And when you're falling, actually, in the process, right? Like I did previously in piece here, in process, I just, you know, let's say ignore is falling for now. In grid, I go here. Time since last fall, delta fall, blah, blah, blah. And here it's actually going to be piece row, which is going to be plus equal 1. Okay, and then here, Tim's time since last fall, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, it should be a thing. And delta fall. Yeah, they should be a thing. Oh, sorry, and that is incorrect. Whoops. No, it's not. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yeah. So I take those 3 and then boom. Okay. So now if I start... Okay, that's good, except that nothing says what the piece is, right? So for now, I guess I'm just going to probably like destroy the piece that currently... Can't I just make it smaller here? Kind of weird. That's kind of annoying, actually. Having the output be so big. Okay, yeah. My dog. She's nice. Hi, Jessie. I'm trying to see if she wants to be on camera. No, I don't think she wants. So now I have this. Okay, I just need the rendering code. Oh, Jessie. So let's just add a function that's like func. I don't know, like render. Well, it shouldn't be render. It should still be moving stuff, but like move a piece. Okay, and what it does is it says For now, let's say I have this grid square and that's like piece square, for example. And when I spawn the piece, yeah, I should also have a function that's like spawn piece. It should look a lot like that, by the way. No, it should be piece square dot instantiate. Then did the music just stop? I'm just gonna put some music on. Yeah. Okay, that's good. Now, okay, so spawn piece, yeah, is the new piece square. That's good. Yeah, this, except instead of A, I, and J, it's gonna be piece row piece. Oh wait, no, that's yeah. Okay, so J is going to be column actually. So piece column, piece column, and piece row. Okay, good. Yeah, I guess. Oh no, but then again, no. I'm sorry, I did the thing. I forgot to do the thing. So this new square dot position should be equal to the function actually. Position of I and J. And here it should be position of piece row and piece column. Like this. Okay, that's good. And then move piece. It should just be about making the position change. So okay, instead of being new square here, it should be there should be a variable per piece. Yeah, okay, maybe I don't. Yeah, well, maybe I can keep the move piece. Blah blah blah. So when the input happens, then I move the piece. Move piece. And I can also move the piece when I process and it falls. So move piece. Oh yeah, maybe here. Right. Yeah, that's good. Okay, so if I do this, oh no, I also need to give it the piece, the actual piece. So main scene, p square, yeah, it's gonna be p scene. And the p scene nowadays, if you look at it, it doesn't have a script. It just has a sprite 2D with this. So yeah, it should be fine. Also, here, the scale, it doesn't really matter. I can just reset it, but it's going to be set automatically. So here, I'm sorry, what? Why? What is the problem here? Curve piece equal null. How? Because I need to spawn the piece? If curve piece. Let's say that. Yeah, okay, that's kind of weird. Not main scene, I mean. Yes. Okay, yeah, I think I have an idea. Maybe I just don't ever spawn the piece? Okay, so I could at least spawn one when things start, right? Like at the very beginning. When everything's ready, when everything is done. Oh, that's cool. Okay, so here. Yeah. Okay, I'm not too sure about that. And piece here, if I go ordering, yeah, it should be fine. Maybe even one. Okay, so the debugging of that is not necessary anymore. But I think I'm going to be debugging other stuff now. Like, oh, spawn piece is a function. It's going to work way better if you actually call it as a function. Okay, so that's good. It can fall, as we just saw. That's super good. That's super cool. Yeah. I mean, maybe print debug could help me here. So okay. Okay. I am not sure why. My dog. My beautiful dog. It's right here. Beautiful dog. She's a cutie. Yeah, you are. Oh, baby. Okay, so this is not the problem that I had. Okay. Hmm. No. He's saying hello. My little dog. That's one for you. Okay. He's the best dog. He's the best dog in the world. You're so warm. I'm cold. He's so cute. Okay. So, yeah. When I reach the maximum row, boom. Actually, that's not the real condition. So I'm just gonna add a quick to do. Check for like collision under, something like that. Okay, so or bottom block. So bottom block, actually now it's gonna be return true, no, not true, false. I am never blocked under myself. But eventually I'm just gonna add some logic that's like, oh, if under the piece, blah blah blah. Okay. That's good. Now I still don't know why I can't move the piece. I mean, obviously I can. Yeah, it just keeps going. It's not 4 actually, it's 5. It's not 5, it's 4, I mean. It's not 3, it's... Yeah, okay. Two. And 4. Yeah, that's better. Okay. Yeah, okay, I had lost my internet connection for a second. Okay, so that fall logic is better now. Because I don't know if you remember, but when you're playing Tetris, if your block falls on a position that is like right on top of another, square that's already filled, or just the ground, you can still like rotate it or just move it one more time. And the reason for that is it's not as soon as you move to a position that is blocked that the piece stops moving, but it's once the delta happens. It's basically when the piece tries to move in a position that it can't. not when it gets there, right? So you kind of had this little like delay, which is what I'm trying to reproduce here by just kind of moving the, you know, after the delay, if you are at the maximum, actually I think, because yeah, the maximum amount of rows is like 12, so the last one is at position 11. So if you're equal to that, it's not great. It's actually if you're equal to row max minus 1, I think. Oh, sorry, equal. Yeah, if you're equal to row max minus 1, you know, at moment where you would be moving, you know, if you don't get in that condition, you can't, because you can't get to 12. The position is 11, the maximum. So if you're there or you're blocked on the next one, when you're about to move, then instead of moving, you just, yeah, in this case, you reset your position, but mostly like you would take the squares that you have, just put them in place. Also, yeah, and then you're fine. Okay, I still don't get why I can't have the events. It's kind of yucky. I don't like that. Yeah. Okay, yeah, thank you, documentation. Let's try this. Nope, it still doesn't work. I don't know why. It kind of doesn't detect that there's an input, which is like weird. And I don't know why. What's so different about the main scene? Very strange. I really don't know. Extends node. This one, it does extend node 2D. Maybe I need to do that. Allow game input. I'm so boosted. What the heck? Okay, I just need to put some boundaries now. Boundaries. Wait, so I have boundaries when it falls? Like this? I want the same kind of boundaries for... Yeah, let's just take input. Well, they say it's better for gameplay. Let's just keep that one. Maybe I just... Okay, so I'm fine here. I'm fine here. Thank you very much. What a good song. Fish for a block, blah blah blah. I don't like that I can't see everything. Yeah, I'm scrolling and I can't see. Ugh, that's so annoying. I'm just gonna add this other level because it's just too annoying for me. Well, I mean, okay. Backslash, yeah. Because maybe I could just do like this and backslash. And then I just go like this. Boom. Yeah, that's awesome. Or backslash. That's pretty cool. Yeah, let's do like this. Yeah, I don't know. More like this. Yeah, something like that. Or, yeah, block the -1, 0. Okay, that should be fine here. Yeah. Yeah, okay, that's good. Okay. Now, how do I model? That's like the big part now. How do I model a full piece composed of multiple squares? Hmm. Hmm. Okay, let's be simple about this. Yeah, that's much better. My webcam is not very good in dark environments. You can barely see anything when there's low lights. Okay. Hey, there's no more music. It stopped again. Why do you keep doing that to me, YouTube? Why do you keep doing that? Okay. So I just put a bit of order in my script. So here, piece definitions. So first off, okay. No, not var. Var. Let's say piece templates or something. Piece prototypes. Or proto pieces. That's good, man. That sounds so cool. Proto pieces. It's gonna be an array. And that array is gonna contain every piece definition, at least in the base Tetris game for now. So what's a piece definition? That's a good question. It seems like I can probably write like a script that like arrays and whatnot. But I'm not certain. Let me just do this here. Okay, but I'm not certain. So like that, yeah. So like if I was doing that like in C or in C++, I would just write a struct. And the struct would probably just contain at least like an array with like what pieces are contained where. Oh yes, that's it. That is just what I said, right? It's a 5x5 grid. That's the whole definition of what a piece is the 5x5 grid. Pivot is always in the center. I don't even need to say what it is. No, that's not true actually. I need to say what it is because even if it's never null, it could have like a special type, right? Maybe I upgrade pivot or something. That could be interesting. So yeah. So okay, and all of these squares, they contain one element from, that's right, my enum right here. So they contain a color. So for now, all my definitions, if I want to do like normal Tetris, I wouldn't have like multicolored pieces. I would just have like, let's say the line bar is like all blue, the square is all red, for example. Green is for like the S piece, the T piece is like yellow, or you know, that would be how I would proceed for now. But the idea is I could easily just change the color of something, do a bunch of like weird shapes with that. That's a very flexible system, which I like. So that's exactly what I'm going to do. Okay, proto pieces is actually really easy. So now is just a bunch of definitions that I'm going to hard code into place right here. And they're going to be like, yeah, each of them, they're going to have positions, and each of them is going to be a piece. But then how do I find which piece I want to be using? Oh, I'm just randomizing through, you know, from 0 to 6, I guess. There's 7 pieces in Tetris. So it would be like long bar and stuff like that. So maybe like long bar, or let's just say like I. Let's just say that it's much more simple. I. Well, let's just write all of them. Then L. Then let's say S, Z, the O piece, T piece. Am I missing any of them? Am I missing any of them? I should be missing one, yes. So wait, there's the bar, there's the L. Oh, there's the L on the other side, right? The J piece, right? L and J. Okay. So these are all of the pieces. Yeah. Now I'm going to define them. And in proto pieces, in the idea of like a roguelike and whatnot, and I'm improving pieces, either I still have just 7 pieces, and when I improve like the T, for example, all of my T's improve. That could be an idea. Or I just have like a... Well, I have proto pieces, but I might have like actual pieces, and then these are limited, and maybe I start with like, you know, I instantiated at first with like proto pieces times 4, so 4 of every single one of them, and when I upgrade them, I upgrade only 1, you know, it's, I'll see what it feels like when I'm at that point. So for the I, the definition would be, again, an array, and it would be 3 by 3, right? So 3, whoops, no. What are you talking about? Then, oh yeah, then backslash. Then back, then backslash, then back. Oh, actually it's 2 on every layer. Yeah, because you have 3 elements. Like that, and then comma. Why don't you like this? Okay, yeah, it's because there's nothing in it. So here it's going to be square types dot null. Oh, it's 5 by 5, not 3 by 3. Oof, what am I doing? That's going to be a pretty big array, huh? Kind of annoying. Oops, sorry, it's gonna be color underscore I. No, I don't need this. This would be... Can I just write blue? Yeah? Feels to me like I need to put that first, right? And here, instead of just null, I just write 0. Because it's equivalent, right? And there's 2 in every layer. Well, okay, so that should actually be it. 0, 0, 0. And then, oh, and this one is going to be 0 as well. So here, something like this, right? No, you can't? Why? Okay, it can. Oh, because I forgot the comma. Yeah, that was kind of stupid. Okay. Oh, just do it. I'm not gonna declare a variable for each. Okay, so that's good. That's number 1. Then the J piece. Where's the L piece? What? So this one becomes 0. Like that, and then here. Oh, and not blue in your case. Gonna be, let's say, red. And square types red. It's the L piece, so it's gonna go here. Meaning that the pivot is always going to be this one. Is that okay? Yeah, I guess it is. If it's too annoying, I'll just change that, but... And the color for that one, I'm just going in order. I don't really care. Whoops. What am I doing? Here. This. It's so hard to look at. It's crazy, but it's fine. Instead of green, it's purple. But then I'm taking this. This goes here. This goes there. These two are going to be 0 and 0. Okay. Gonna be similar, except here there's going to be 0 comma. I'm going to remove a 0, and here it's going to be 0 comma, and here I'm going to remove a 0. So it's like this, and yeah, that's good. And instead of purple, it's not lime, and then there's going to be yellow and orange. The O, pretty close to this one. And then like this. And instead of lime, it's going to be yellow. Okay, and the T is going to be, again, I'm going to start with this. What am I doing? I just copied the... That was stupid. Like this instead. And here instead of lime, again, it's going to be yellow. Okay, that's much better. Then I'm going to take this and go here. Boom. What? Why did I not take the thing? Like that, that's fine. And then here. And then the shape. Yep. So the way that I'm gonna rotate the pieces is, if we visualize, it's much clearer than looking at this grid here. But if we visualize, the pieces are gonna be in a square of 5 by 5. So it's the, there's a possible expansion technically of 5 by 5 if I upgrade the pieces throughout the game. But the pivot is always going to be the center here. So like position, 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2. So 2, 2, 2 basically. At position 2, 2, poorly written, is going to be the pivot all the time. So when I rotate, it's very simple. I'm going to rotate, let's say I rotate to the left. This piece is going to go there. Well, this square is going to go there. This one is going to go there. This one here is going to go there. So yeah, just a classic 90-degree rotation around a predetermined pivot. And the way that I decided the pivot for the Tetris pieces is literally just the way that I'm writing it in this very clear array right here. So basically at 0, 1, 2, and then 0, 1, and 2. So here, this is the pivot. So it's basically hard-coded, right? The fact that I put a certain type of square on that pivot position, that's what determines that is the pivot. It could technically be, like the pivot could technically be completely in the void, right? But I don't do that. But, who knows? Maybe once I add upgrades and stuff, maybe you can even remove squares. It could be kind of funny to have like a piece that's like well, I don't know, like just like this, for example, and the pivot is just empty, and you just rotate around that. That could be funny, but I don't know if I'm gonna allow this in the game. We'll see. And now, yeah, okay, so I'm trying to make a T here. So the T is gonna rotate around the, yeah, around this. So it's gonna be like this, I think. Oh, how do I want the T to fall? I guess it's gonna have the little point towards the top at first. So it's gonna be like this, yeah. At the 0. And then those two are gonna be, well, let's just take that one as well. That's gonna be T. And then the color is gonna be, boom, orange. Orange color. All right, so technically now that should be all 7 basic Tetris pieces. And yeah. Okay, now the definition, the prototype definition for the piece exists. I'm still doing nothing with that definition. So now comes the hard part. I have to check in the definition of the piece, like where the squares are and detect collision considering that. So we're going to do that in multiple parts because that is going to be quite complex. So first off, I have a piece, which is the current piece. Okay. But it would be good to know what type of piece it is. So in proto pieces, yeah. So it would be something like cur piece proto or something. Okay, let's just call let's call it that for now. So Kirby's proto, I guess, is just either it's an integer into that array, just to say like, oh, the one that positioned this, the one that positioned that. Yeah, I think it's fine. I think it's good enough. Let's say it's 0, but actually I should have one that have spawn piece right here. Right, so when I spawn the piece, I instantiate a new piece, and at that moment I should select the new... So is there a random function in Godot? I think there is. Godot function or something. Yeah, random number generator. Okay, you can do, yeah, you can declare a random number generator. I'm actually gonna keep the variable so it doesn't get reinitialized. It might give more reliable results. So just something like random. Okay, so I have a random number generator, and I can just call. So I don't want rand f, but there's probably like rand I. Okay, Randy, James Randy. Okay, so I'm gonna use the Randy function, and I'm gonna say this here. Well, I don't even need to declare it. Like when I'm spawning a piece, I'm gonna be choosing what prototype it's using. Yeah, no, that's fine. Wait, where was it? No, where is the spawn piece? Yeah, it's right here. Okay, so here I'm just gonna say this will be equal to Randy of, sorry, rand, rng.randy, yeah, rng.randy, and it's gonna go from, yeah, is it? What? No, I don't want that. Wait, that's way too... No, okay, Randy range. Yeah, okay, that's what I want. I don't want any random integer. That's way too huge. Okay, from like 0 to 6, right? Is it inclusive? From and to inclusive, yeah. Okay, that's nice. All right, so now that should determine which piece I'm trying to instantiate when I'm spawning a new piece. Yeah, okay. Piece not scale and blah blah blah. Okay, that's cool. Oh, because I'm instantiating squares and stuff. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, yeah, no. These are not pieces, actually. The pieces... Well, no, actually, that's good. That's good. The piece itself should be an array. An array of pieces. Right? An array of... Well, I say pieces, but what's called piece right now in the... Here. I should probably rename it, actually. Because this is a square, and it contains a sprite, and that's pretty much it. So that's good. And here is still... That script I'm still not using, but, you know, it's fine. That I can close as well, okay. So yes, square. I did rename it. I did not rename the scene, actually, so I do want to rename it to... Where? And has it been renamed in the main scene? So if I look at p square, yeah, p square. Okay, it's fine. Square is p square. That's good. Maybe I should just call it p square. Just to, okay. I'm being pedantic here, but I'm gonna do it. P square. That's good. Okay, and here it should be p square. Okay, fine. That's good. Now. So, okay, when I spawn a piece, again I'm lost, so spawn piece. So when I spawn a piece, I start by choosing this, and then yeah, I should do a loop. So for okay, yeah. How do I know? Okay, yeah. For I in range of what number? Like it's 5 by 5, right? So let's do the double loop. It's going to be easier to understand. For j in range of 5 as well. What I'm going to be doing is spawning a piece at, I guess, at position 5 times I plus j. And in that position, can I just add stuff to this? Maybe I should like resize it when I start, kind of like I did for the... Okay, just remove the input. Okay. Yeah, okay. There's a resize. Yeah. Okay. Maybe I should have a... Yeah, maybe in P's definition. Well, it's fine. Well, let's just keep it hard-coded for now. Okay, and now in spawn piece, I instantiate a p square. And the position I'm going to give it... going to be dependent on I and j. But this I and j is I and j inside of the piece itself. So yeah, actually I can, yeah, it's super easy actually. I can just pretty much do what I'm already doing, getting the position right. So yeah, scale is fine. Adding child is fine. All of that is great. Yeah, I want to do all of that for every piece that I spawn. Okay, and what I'm going to be doing, you don't need a tab here. And then when I try to get the position, what I do is I take the position, yeah, of the, that's the position of the pivot right here. Oh, or is it? Yeah, that's the thing that's kind of annoying here, is that you can't have, like, I can't really say that they have negative positions like I wanted, right? Like here it's -2, here it's -1, you know, that it would be much easier if I could just go from the pivot, but I don't know if it's possible because technically that's index 0, 0, right? Yeah, maybe I just have to. Maybe that's okay. This could be considered the position of the... Yeah, I guess. I'm just gonna calculate it. So, okay. Again, in spawn piece. Okay. The position that I have is piece row and piece skull for that position right here. And I just do, yeah, it's pretty easy actually. I can just do plus I guess, here, and plus J in the other one. Okay, that being said, I don't actually want to instantiate one of them all the time. There's going to be an if here. So I'm only spawning something. Well, I'm only spawning something if okay, yeah. So if piece if proto pieces, that's kind of complicated. If proto pieces at position per piece proto. Yeah, I guess is equal, or is not equal actually, is not equal to like this, square types dot null. Yeah, okay. Oh yeah, and I just need to put that, all of that inside of this. Okay. Dang, that's crazy. Okay. Yeah. What am I talking about? This is one prototype. Inside the prototype, I need to check the index for I and J. That's complicated. Okay, okay. Let me just get, okay. Well, okay, at that point, then, like, maybe this is going to be equal to proto pieces at position there, right? Maybe that's better. Okay, yeah. In curve piece proto, you can just access this and say this at position. And I think it's going to be 5 times I plus J, just like I have here. You know what? I could even say var index. This way I don't have to recalculate it many times. So at my index, if it's not null, then again, curve piece at that same index will be equal to an actual piece, a scene basically that I instantiate. And that scene, currently at least, it only contains a sprite. I'm also going to, yeah, that one. I'm also going to make sure that its color is the correct color. So I'm going to say change color or something, change color for this. And I'm going to add a new function that is going to be this. Okay, but let's say the color has been changed. Is the rest of the function correct here? Then I just set the scale, which is correct. Then I'm going to add as a child curve piece. Yeah, well, this has an index, but okay. Curve piece with index. Okay. And then curve piece, again, index. It's always at index. That position will be equal to, oh boy. I'm just going to calculate this. Oh, int. What am I saying? Var. This is going to be X and this is going to be Y. Okay, that's good. Now change color is, okay, so that should be okay. So now change color. Yeah, let's just write a function here. Func change color. Okay. So change color will receive the node for the piece square here. So it's gonna have to access the sprite inside of it and then change something about it, like its color. Question mark. Its color. Is that a property? Oh wait, material? I don't know. Texture? I don't know about that. Modulate with a color. Right? Does it work? Ooh, so cool. Yeah? If I look at it. Oh, it does work. Okay. Nice. Okay, so I guess it's gonna be in canvas item. Not directly in Sprite 2D, it's kind of weird. I guess it inherits from canvas item. So this in canvas item, it has the modulate. Just modulate. And then you can set a color with that. And I can test here what the colors are and set those values. Okay, let's just focus here. Okay. That's kind of an okay blue. Yeah, let's say this one. I got the hex color. Oh, I got the color. Okay, let's take that one. Let's try it out. Okay, so in main scene, no, in scripts actually, change color. I'm probably gonna have to do a switch here. So, I'm giving it the piece, the actual piece, but I'm not telling it which color it's supposed to be, like which, So here I should not have color, but have piece type actually. So piece type. So switch. Piece type. Probably not. I probably can't write that. So let's just say if piece type equals something, then, you know, this color. Then, oh, actually, no. Yeah, piece type, but also like actually per piece, right? It's not piece type, square type. Thank you very much. And it's not per piece, it's per square. Thank you very much. Okay, so per square here, yeah, that's a great color. Oh, I can edit it? That's so good. Oh my god. Oh, I love that feature. Oh my god. Okay, so dot modulate equal this. Well, let's say that. And then piece type is equal to... Okay, I'm just gonna copy paste the whole thing closer because I don't want to have to scroll many times. So let's just remember this. So if it's blue, is square type, yup, dot blue. Yeah, that's great. And then there's gonna be a bunch of... Oh, is there a elif? Oh, is there? Yeah? I think so. Let's try it out. For a dot, instead of blue, it's gonna be dot red. And I'm gonna do the same thing. And once I have my structure, I can just copy paste. Okay, so here, yeah, it seems to work. Elif. It's very Python inspired. Okay, so beep, beep, beep. Go for the red. Seems like an okay red. Maybe a little more saturated, please. Like this. Yeah, something like that. That seems alright. And then I can tweak the colors, you know, if I'm not satisfied, but they, at the very minimum, need to be easily identifiable, each of them. Green. And then here, it's going to be in the... kind of like a darker green, I think, here. So like this. Yeah, kind of like a very saturated darker green, because there's a lime color as well, so I really need to not confuse those. Purple. There's some really cool features in Godot. I really like that. I love that for me. Okay. Yeah. No, I think a bit of a lighter purple, that's good. Yeah. You know, feels like we're doing CSS right now. Then this. Oh, and I can even add a default, like just else color, just to see, you know, if it couldn't find that, it's gonna give it, you know, well, I mean, technically the default color is gonna be the default white, right? And it's not gonna do anything with that color. So like this, yeah. Save that scene. Okay, now purple. Okay, after purple is gonna be lime. Okay, something like that's pretty pale. Pretty pale. It has to be quite different from the other green. Yeah, that green could even be a little darker as far as I'm concerned. Just to make sure that they're very easily recognizable. And that one could maybe a little greener because there's also going to be a yellow. Right? So, yeah. Okay, like that, it seems pretty good. Like this, then yellow. It's going to be super yellow. Very yellow. Like this. Maybe a little paler, like that. Seems good to me. And then orange. Okay, that's nice. Yeah, that seems alright to me. I mean, maybe a little more like that. Maybe a little more like this. Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of colors that are on a gradient, so might not be great for colorblind people. I don't know. Maybe I should have added a pink or something. Well, if the pieces are too similar to one another, I'll just change some colors. Okay. So far that seems pretty good. Okay, I don't need those anymore. What? Why doesn't it work? Piece type? Oh, square type. That was kind of stupid here. Yep. Okay. This is actually gonna be index something. Herpes proto. Position index. Whew. Okay, so that was a lot. Hey, I don't even know if I connected everything together, but let's just try an F5. Hey, there's no more music. Keep stopping. Okay, so here. It just crashed. Invalid assignment on index 7? It's not supposed to get index 7. Oh no, this is index 7. Herpes set. Oh. Current piece proto. Current piece prototype 5 with current piece at a certain index. Yeah, it should be okay. Why is it not okay? Yeah. What's Herpes proto? Herpes? But that's a problem. Current piece proto is good, but current piece? Where do I declare this? Almost nowhere, okay. Wait. If I go up in spawn piece, okay. Your piece is just an array. Hey, thank you so much for coming to the stream. That's very nice of you. But actually, if you need to sleep, maybe you should go sleep. Also, I'm not going to be done today. I'm going to be streaming tomorrow as well, so. And also, you can check out all my streams afterwards on my channel. So they're always going to be available. If you don't find them under the video tab, it's because they're under the live tab in YouTube. I can just show you real quick, actually. So, for example, here, if you're on my channel, you can always just check out the live. So you can see I did one yesterday and I'm doing one right now. So they're all going to be available there if you need to check them out at a different time. So, you know, please don't lose sleep over that. But yeah, thank you for coming. That was nice of you. All right, so man, I can't wait till I spawn actual pieces with colors. It's gonna be great. We're pretty close actually. Okay, so curve piece. Oh, no, that's the move piece function. That's not what I. Wait, where do I declare the curve piece? Yeah, here. Okay, wait. No, wait. Oh my god, I'm so lost. Here, I do declare curve piece, right? Okay, yeah, I do. and it's just an array. And I never set its size. Maybe that's the problem. And curpiece proto exists. And in spawn piece, which is probably one of the first things that I do at all, I just straight up say curpiece at index. Yeah, okay, that's why it has a position of 0. I just need to resize it first. Yeah, that's kind of true. Programmers never sleep. You're right. Well, I mean, except in the morning, you know. Go to sleep late, wake up late. Classic. Alright. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure I just need to resize the curpiece. So, okay, spawn piece, where is it called? Yeah, okay, so I do resize this one. So here, I also just want to resize curpiece. And I'm pretty sure, whoops. I'm pretty sure that should do the trick. Okay, so let's stop and restart. I don't think so. I still have problems. Oh no, it's curpiece at index. Yeah, of course. Okay, so stop. Come on. Oh! Yo! There was a piece! There was a piece with colors! Even though it broke like a... Oh my god! Can you see this? That's crazy. Holy... Yeah! Okay. I knew we were close. Now they just can't seem to do what? Where am I breaking? In move piece? Oh, but of course you can't. If curpiece, but come on. Oh wait. Can I change the... Oh, that's the thing. Yeah, okay, so curpiece actually is just an array of entities, but the piece itself is not an entity, so I cannot really check. Well, I can check if the array is null, but I cannot check, like I can't affect the position here. It doesn't work. So I have to again iterate over current piece and actually move every single position individually. So yeah. And yeah, glimpse of life. You're right. Okay, let's do this. I'm just gonna take the loop that I have right here and calculate the index. Like, it's the same thing, you know, I'm just iterating over it like this. And I'm going to instead check if curpiece at that position at index. How did I check that? If it was, yeah, if it's not equal to square null, like this, and if it isn't, then I can do curpiece again at position index. So I'm basically moving all of the squares individually. I feel like it's going to be easier to, again, make the game modular if I do it like that. All right. Okay. And piece row and piece col. Oh, okay, yeah, that, but it's actually that plus I and off. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna do it again like I did here. It's gonna be so much easier. Yeah. Gonna make my life a lot easier like this. Okay, does it work now? It did not. Okay, what's the problem here? Oh, but yeah, it's not gonna be square null. It's gonna be just null. I think. Yeah, because if I check curpiece right now, curpiece is not the prototype. It's the actual like instances of objects, right? So yeah, exactly. There's just a bunch of null objects. Yeah. Okay, so I just didn't check the right thing. So does not equal. Is it null? Yeah, just null. Okay. Oh my god. Oh. That's so good. That's so good. Oh, it keeps falling? Well, okay, so but still, that's pretty good. That's a start. That's a start. That's so good. Okay, I don't know why it's obviously not being blocked correctly at all. At all. Oh yeah, because I'm using the pivot only, I think. Oh, and I'm not even using the pivot technically. I'm using the okay, so let's just go back to the drawing. I'm using that square here for collision, which is why I can go so much further on that side of the board and why I'm being blocked early on that side. Because, you know, it blocks here and then there's like a little bit of space that's just being unused. And it's just weird. So, I simply need to... I'm going to keep that arrow. It's useful. Okay, so now I need to... Now that I actually have an array of entities and whatnot, I can actually just loop over them and test collisions for them in the blocked function. That's what I was waiting for. Okay, so here, yeah, here I'm gonna be checking. Oh, but even okay, wait. These checks that I'm doing, if piece call is over some amount, that's actually not even what I want to check. The over 0 and under call max and whatnot, these are checks that I'm gonna want to add in the blocked function as well. So if I'm being blocked in a certain direction, then yeah. So I'm moving in a certain direction, row and call. But I cannot just check. Oh yeah, okay, so I iterate. Okay. Let's just take that loop again. And yeah, just take all of that. Boom. Okay. And then if per piece does not equal null. Yeah, in range, blah, blah, blah. So I get my index, current piece at that index. If it's not equal null, I do have a piece. That piece, I need to check collision for it. How do I do that? So I do have the index, I do have I and j, and I do have the position of... Yeah, okay, so I can... Yeah, I guess. So I can say... Yeah, let's go like this. Let's say var 2x. Yeah, let's just put just that snippet of code here. Oh wait, now the other one that I had. You know, the checks that I'm doing here. I'm just gonna take them because I want to pretty much do the same thing. So it's greater than 0. Yeah, no. So yeah, 2x is actually gonna be piece call. That's the column. Plus the j. Okay. Well, actually, better than that. I'm gonna do var grid x. Okay, which is like the the actual x on the grid. The actual, but well, I say x, but the grid call, actually, I should call it. Okay, so grid call is going to be piece call plus j. J being the column inside the object, right? So basically this plus, let's say it's this square plus 2 in this case, right? Plus the position inside of the object. Okay. So here, that's the grid column. No, we're not actually using collisions. We're going to do everything in logic because I'm not like doing continuous movement. I'm doing discrete movement over a grid, a predefined grid. So I'm checking myself if I can move to a grid position by checking if there's something already in that grid position. Which is the logic that I'm currently implementing. So I'm checking, yeah, the way that I'm doing essentially is the piece that is currently moving, that I'm trying to move to a space, I'm taking every square inside of that grid, and I'm doing like, okay, let's say it's going down. Going down from every single square one after the other, are you being blocked by a square that is on the grid? Basically other than the current moving piece. So that's what I'm doing. So here, yeah, I'm iterating over all of the current squares. I'm getting the absolute like grid position in terms, in this case here, of the column. And I'm also going to be doing the same thing in terms of grid row, right? And here, piece row, okay, plus I in this case. Okay, so I have my row and my column. I always write the column first because, but it's row and then column, okay? It's clearer. And now 2, I say 2x, but I should say 2 row, which is going to be this one, plus row in this case, being like the movement that's happening, right? So, okay, and I'm going to do the same thing for y. So well, this is y technically actually, but the same thing for the column. So grid column plus column. Okay, so basically this is where I'm at. I'm at grid row and grid column for this specific little square. I'm looping over every square, and I'm trying to go to the other one here. And the question is, am I getting blocked by this? So the way that I check that is if, well, I don't need parentheses. So if yeah, exactly. So that's exactly what I'm doing. So either I get blocked by another piece, or I'm gonna also add the condition for the bounds, basically. So if I'm going over the max that the grid can hold. Okay, so in this case, grid squares. It's grid squares that I'm checking. So if grid squares at position now is going to be 2 row times, what is it? It's max call, I think, or call max. I think it's call max actually. Call max plus 2 call, because again it's a one-dimensional array, so I can't just use 2 indexes. So it's going at that position. Yeah. Okay. Let's say it works. If I can move it, then what? Oh, I'm checking if I'm being blocked. Okay, sorry. Yeah, so I'm gonna add a variable and was blocked, or just is blocked, I guess. It's gonna be clearer if I keep the verb tense correct. Okay, so var is blocked. So if something if at that position is not equal to null, so again, null is the square type dot null. Yeah, okay, square type dot null. What I'm gonna be taking here. So if it's not equal square type dot null, okay, it's again, it's going overboard. So many tabulations, it's pretty insane. Okay, var or 2 grid square, actually, not cur. to grid square will be equal to this. Right? I'm really just trying to keep everything on the screen at the same time. Okay, if it's not a null square, it means that there is something in that position. So, am I being blocked? Yes. So is blocked equal true. Right. Now, I would also need to check, as I said, the bounds of the grid. I'm not going to do that right now. I'm just going to be finishing this and testing it. Yeah, okay, that was just the test stuff. Yeah, well, you know, it's fine. Okay. And when I'm done, I return... Okay, so is blocked is equal to false at first. And as soon as I find something... Oh, actually, I don't even need a variable. I can just return true here. Because if there's at least one that blocks me, I'm just done. I don't even need to check the rest. Otherwise, I can return false. Nothing is blocking me. Okay, so when I'm trying to move the piece now, I can say n not is blocked or something. And not blocked at that position, right? Oh, because I still have to calculate this. Well, okay, let's just do it in two conditions. If I calculate the indexes, and I say if... Can I write not? Oh yeah, I can. If not blocked at a certain position, then do this. And position in this case is going to be x and y, I think. Oh, no, that's not true. Oh, no. Okay, wait. What am I doing? No, this is okay. Oh, this is when I move the piece. Oh, move piece is just, what does it do? Does it just update the position of the where it's being displayed? Yeah, I think so. So actually blocked is going to be tested in other places. It's a check when I do, not when I spawn the piece. Not when I spawn anything, when I, yeah, like here. So I can do that. Wait, so if this and or blocked or not blocked and not blocked at was -1 and 0, I think. Oops. What am I doing? Am I in insert mode? I think I'm in insert mode. Yeah, okay, I clicked it without realizing. Yeah, okay. And not blocked this. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I'm not using this. Okay, and then I move the piece. Yeah, move the piece is more like update visuals for piece position. That I mostly should call it like that, but you know, it's fine. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, no, in process, when I do this, when I move it, or blocked, it should actually just be blocked. It should just completely be blocked, and that's it. If blocked, yeah. So if you're blocked at 1, okay. So is the logic functional? We'll see. Oh boy. What's the problem now? What is the problem now? Is it grid squares? Okay. Invalid index 33. Grid squares 33? Should be much bigger than that. Wait. First, okay, I declare it. Fine. Then I resize it. Row max times column max. That's way more than 33. What? Row max and column max. Just to be clear here. Row max and column max. The size is 9 times 12. Supposed to be equal to 108. And it's equal to 32. I mean, there's a problem here. Grid squares, array 25. I think I resized the wrong thing. Yeah, okay, I did. Yeah, I did resize the wrong thing. Okay. Probably when I was trying to resize current pieces the first time, you know, I forgot to resize it. Actually, I probably just resized the wrong thing. Okay, so yeah, if I check, that's fine. Yeah, exactly. Okay, just okay, that's fine. Let's just restart. Yeah? Okay, that's good. Oh boy. Ooh. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay. Oh, I didn't check the bounds. I'm being ridiculous here. I didn't check the bounds. Of course. Yeah, well, again, I just I don't know what I was expecting, honestly. I need to check the bound. Okay. So I'm just gonna add the bounds check basically to the blocked function. It's kind of unfortunate though, because I kind of forgot to. I mean, I'm checking bounds, but there's nothing to. Okay, let's try something very simple. Let's say that I want to block the entire bottom row, or the 2 bottom rows. They're completely blocked, right? So when I start and I spawn the things, right? I just set square null for that type and whatnot. But actually, the grid squares, I can say if. Okay, so what is it? Is it 9 large? So the last 19 ones or something? If I is greater than, let's say, than 90 or something. If I is greater than 90, actually, if it's under 90, you do what I already did, else. And here I'm going to set something different. So the type is going to be, let's say, blue. It shouldn't be visually present, but it should block falling block. You'll see in a sec, actually, how I check the bounds. It's going to be very simple. Okay, I just want to make sure that it doesn't fall infinitely here. Oh! See? It was blocked. See? See? Oh, that's so good. Okay, so it works. Oh man, that's kind of nice. That is kind of nice. Okay. That's really cool. I like that. So, okay. Nice. Okay, so let's just do some real... Okay, so that was just my quick and dirty test. So, again, like, the visuals are not being affected by that, but, you know, past the 90th instantiated square, it was considered to be a blue square, so it would block my falling pieces. That was nice. So now, we're actually going to do some bounce checking, because, again, like that, I want the piece to stop falling for real. And then, if you remember, when the piece is being stopped, it just respawns at the top. So the goal after that is going to be when I respawn it, instead randomize it to be different. And the previous piece, I'm going to instantiate a bunch of little squares where it used to be. So that's going to be a whole lot of fun, I'm sure. So now, how am I going to do bounce checking? It's very simple. So if... Okay, so in the blocked function, basically, is the function that is going to check if it doesn't work. Bounce checking. Yeah, exactly. You got to make it appear first, and then you're going to make it beautiful. It's true. I mean, especially when you're prototyping or doing a game real quick, you just, you know, you want to check that it works first before starting to put a bunch of code and instantiating stuff around it. But yeah, once I've done these bounds, I'm also going to, you know, to be able to leave the squares there when the piece stops moving, I'm going to create a function that is going to go over all the possibilities for the types. And, well, kind of like I have already, right? Yeah, the change color. Oh, wait, the change color already exists. So I can just call change color on the grid tile whenever I update it. Ah. You know, I'm going to add the bounds, making sure that it works. And then I'm going to redo my simple example that I just did and try to do that. Literally just change the color. We're going to see. Okay. I mean, with the function change color, that already exists. Oh, but I should actually add a change color when it's null. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see about that. So, I check to make sure... No, so, okay. I want to go to somewhere, right? To grid square. If to grid square is not null, means that there's something there and you're being blocked. That's fine. But maybe that's not the case. But maybe there's also other conditions that I can check. And in fact, I can even check them before that. I don't even need to... No, I do need to check where I'm going, actually. Yeah, okay, I do need to check where I'm going. But let's say where I'm going... I'm just going to add another condition, basically. So let's say where I'm trying to go is outside of the bounds, right? So if... let's say if 2 row is greater... okay, if it is smaller than 0, or 2 row is greater than row max minus 1, because again, there's the rows, there's 12 rows, so it's 0 to 11. So if it's... Well, if 2 row actually is... Yeah, if it's greater or equal to row max, let's call it like that. So if I'm trying to go to a row that is at least as big as the maximum, row number 12, there's no row number 12. So this means this is out of bounds. And if it's under 0, like minus 1, this is not a row that exists either. So if I'm trying to go to one of these rows, then I return true. That's simple. I can also check the same thing for the column. So if I'm to, in this case, it's going to be to call. Yeah, and it's call max. If I'm trying to get to one of these, I just, you know, I'm being blocked. It's that simple. It's out of bounds. I know the bounds. And yeah. So if I test that. Oof. What's happening? What? Why is it 1 over? No. Okay. There's some faulty math around here. See, that's so weird. It's moving it back. That is so strange. Oh my god. What's happening? Okay, I think I'm... I think I need to... I'm gonna debug a little bit, okay? Because, like, obviously what's happening visually doesn't fit what's happening here. I don't know if I'm not checking correctly my blocked statements. You know, okay, let's just print debug. Man. Okay, so I'm gonna print let's say 2 row. I mean, it's the column right now that's really causing problems the most. So 2 column. And then I'm just gonna print the variable. Okay. This is where I'm trying to go. Yeah, pretty much. And yeah, and the grid column. Okay, so yeah, and I guess I can print as well the one I'm currently at. So grid call. Because maybe that's the calculation that fails, the grid column. I don't know, it's possible. So so 2 call and grid call. Yeah, just grid call. Okay. So let's print this. Okay. Oh boy. What? It's so many. Okay. I need to... Okay, stop. I tried to make sure that I only did 1 movement. And make sure that everything's fine. There's still a lot being printed. I'm kind of confused. Why is there so much? Really? So it's not trying to move at first. Oh, I guess it printed... Yeah, the first time. The very first time. Okay, that's fine. But then I'm trying to move. Okay. So that's okay. That's okay. Everything's fine, yeah. Wait, why only 2 of them, though? I'm so confused. Okay, it's not very clear what I'm doing right now. That debugging was not very useful at all. Oh, I can actually put debug points, right? Like breakpoints. Okay, yeah, I think it's gonna be much simpler if I do it like that. Much simpler. Okay, so let's just start. Okay, I'm trying to move. I think it hit the debug point when I tried to press right here on the keyboard. So, what happened? If so 2 row 4, yeah. 4. That's good, yeah. Okay. So it's not trying to go anywhere. That's kind of weird. Locals, row and column. Okay, so it's trying to go down actually. Trying to go down, but it's telling me that oh, it's at 3, 6 and it's trying to go at 4, 6. Okay. Yeah, that seems like it's okay. Oh, okay, F5 doesn't. How do I just keep going? Because it's paused right now? Oh no, it's probably here. Okay, sorry. Continue. Yeah, it's F12 actually. Okay. F12. Oh man, I don't really know if it's great. I don't really like the debug like that. Okay. Let's just try to see down to how far it goes. It literally just goes one too much. So it's some kind of off by one error. Okay. I'm probably just not checking my bounds correctly. Okay. I'm probably just not checking the bounds correctly. So I and J, we agree, is the position within the piece. Yes. And then piece row and piece call, if I'm not mistaken, should be right here. So +1, +2, +3, +4. It should be okay. Same thing for going down like this. It's +1, +2, +3, +4. It should work. I'm pretty sure. So what's the problem with that? I'm also using the very same function to place the grid squares, well, the actual grid squares of the whole game grid, and getting the position for the pieces or the squares inside of the pieces. Like, I'm using the same function. So it shouldn't be a matter of like the actual position and the index in the grid being like uh, off, from one another. They should be in sync. That should be okay. And here, how am I calculating where I'm trying to go? I mean, it's very simple. And it did seem okay when I was debugging. It is my grid row plus my row. My grid column plus my column. It's very simple. So what could go wrong? We do have a current piece. Plus I plus j, yeah. Index. Am I calculating index correctly? I think so. Hmm. Row. Yeah, it should be okay. Oh, like how long have I been programming? And well, so game dev right now I'm doing it for fun. I've been doing multiple projects and stuff like that, but it's really just for fun on my own time. I did have an internship in a small game company when I was in university, but I have been programming for a little while. So again, I did university. I studied software engineering, and I haven't finished university for that long. And I mostly did programming in university, but technically, I started learning programming by myself when I was in high school. It's been like over a little over 10 years at this point, 11 years, but yeah, let's say I've been seriously doing programming pretty much since I started university. I did take a long time to study, so it's been a couple years for sure. Yeah, it's been like 6, 7 years. But game dev, I only do pretty much on my own time for fun. And like Godot right now, it's a game engine I'm using for the second time only. The first project that I did is on this channel in the live section that I showed earlier. I do have another project. I did the Suika game in Godo that is actually right here. I'm not really using it anymore, but when I started my Tetris project, I was using this as an inspiration. Now my my filter is kind of a hiding part of the screen, but you can see, right? It's kind of like a little... It's just a clone of the Suika game that was pretty popular with streamers a couple years back at this point. So it's a project I did in 2024. So it's been a long time since I used the Godo game engine. And I have not redone a Godo tutorial, for example, before doing this current project. So my first stream, I did not do much progress because I had forgotten everything about the game engine. So yeah, I would say I don't have that much experience doing game dev. But, in life, at work, I'm a C++ developer. So I'm actually pretty good in C++. But yeah, I'm not... If you know Python, for example, I think the Godot game engine, especially the Godot, the GD script, Godot script, is based on Python. So you would be pretty familiar. I'm not super familiar with Python, so this is also something I'm struggling with. But yeah. Okay, I'm just gonna click everywhere. So yeah, pretty fun game. That's cool, that's cool. I also just finished a project. I do have a video on my channel that I did like yesterday or something. Where I did a split keyboard. Split ergonomic keyboard. It's very cool, but unfortunately it doesn't work perfectly, so I can't really use it for everyday use, unfortunately. Eventually I'm gonna go back to that project and make it better. But yeah, that's a lot of hardware, 3D printing stuff, designing the case and everything. That was a huge project. It took a long time to do. So it's been a while since I've done any kind of like game projects and whatnot on this channel because of that. So yeah, but I'm pretty happy to be back because yeah, I got a couple of pretty interesting ideas that I'd like to try out for games that could be interesting. And yeah, like this Tetris roguelike kind of thing. Okay, so how do I okay, like this. Yeah. That's a Suika clone. I'm just gonna close it. I'm not using it anymore. Okay. Okay. I'm still not sure exactly how I'm supposed to check this. Maybe, okay, maybe if I stop printing everything and I just return here, or I don't know. Maybe if I do only if I and j equals 0, 0, then I print something. It's just, I don't like when I'm printing way too much. And I could also make things much easier for myself by making the delta time for the fall being like super long. So it would fall every like 20 seconds. Or maybe like, let's say 15. This way I have a lot of time to actually check the console, like the debug logs and stuff, before it falls again. That would make my life a lot easier. So I guess, yeah, let's just go back to when I had some cool things to print. And yeah, let's go to what? Actually, I think I want the row only. Let's just keep the 2 row. Nah, I need the one I'm at as well. So grid row, and 2 row. 2 row. No. What am I doing? Like this. Okay. Let's say I print this and I just let it fall for a while. And yeah, and also I don't want that thing to output for every single thing, just the first one that isn't null. Yeah, the first one that isn't null. So is printed or something equal false. Oh, var, yeah. And if, whoops, sorry, is printed. Yeah. Oriented. If not, actually. So if not is printed, then I'm going to print these. Otherwise, I'm not. And then also is printed equals true. This way, I'm making sure that every time that I call this function, only the very first time that I find a piece that isn't null, only at that very first time I'm going to print. So only one square is going to be printed every time I'm checking if I can move somewhere. It's going to make my life a lot easier. And also, it's going to fall every 15 seconds. Like this, which is going to be super long. I'm going to have a lot of time to check. Maybe it's going to be overkill. We'll see. Okay, so now, and I'm just going to let it fall and I'm going to check where it's falling and stuff. So output. Okay, let's try this. Every 15 seconds. Whoops. It's very long. Maybe it's too long. Oh man. Okay. At 3, trying to go to 3? It doesn't make any kind of sense. Really? At 4, trying to go to 4? It doesn't make any sense. No. I made a mistake. No, there's no way. There's literally no way. Okay, that's way too long. 15 seconds, by the way. 5 seconds is gonna be good enough. How? Grid row and 2 row? I don't know. Can I print? Can I like or comma or something? Oh, args. Okay, wait. I need to check how to print debug. No, that's not the one. That's the one. Okay, so hey, there's no more music. Where's the music at? Okay, thank you very much. So, Godot print debug. I just go here and go, yeah, print debug, I guess. I want examples. Why can't you give me examples? Okay. Let's say this. I'll try this. Still long, 5 seconds. It's still long. Okay, so 2 and 2 again. Row. I'm starting to feel like I mixed some stuff here. It doesn't make any sense. Okay, this is where I'm calling block. When it's falling. I mean, when it's falling. So, I'm at a certain position, and I'm trying to get at that position +1 in the Y axis. Oh, that's why I feel like it's reversed. Because this is row and this is column. Okay. Yep. I see. Yep. Damn, that's unfortunate. I just went X and Y while it's row and column. Unfortunate. Okay. Where else am I calling this function? Because I'm not doing it correctly. Row. Column. Oh boy. Yeah, okay. Good thing I checked the places where I called the function. Yeah, okay. Okay, see? The bounds are correct here. Right? Yeah, that's good. Okay, now are the falling bounds correct as well? Maybe. It's still falling every 5 seconds. It's so slow. Oof. You can feel the tension in the air. Oh. Right? Oh. And weirdly it respawned only when I tried to move, but... Okay, so let's just make it fall much faster. Maybe not even every 1 second. Maybe every, like, 0.5 second. How about that? 0.5. Okay, yeah, now it actually falls. Yeah, okay, that's good. I do find it very strange that it spawns in these positions. How about, hey, thank you. Yeah, that is progress. Great progress, actually. Let's say I spawn in 0, 0. What's it gonna look like? Because again, what spawns in 0, 0 now is that terrible square here. So it's kind of annoying because if I have a piece that doesn't have anything in the first row, then it's kind of a wasted row as it currently is. So I'm gonna have to make that better. Whoa, what? 2? Wait, that's not what I wanted. See? When it respawns, it's not in the right spot. Alright, song is good. Okay. Yeah, okay, so I think I just need a function with not having these. Okay, I don't think I need these at all. Well, okay, that's fine. Let's just say they exist, okay? And I'm gonna need the function that will set these. Here, when I generate a piece. Oh yeah, yeah. These are big to-dos. The piece row and the column row. So I'm gonna need to actually calculate this. I mean, in this case, it's in the process function, but also when I start the game. So I'm just gonna write a quick function, a quick small function, and what it's gonna do is it's gonna set the position, the spawn position. So something like get spawn position, or maybe you just set spawn position, and it's gonna check like the actual squares that are actually being used by the piece. So for example, if the squares are only like this one right here and this one right here and this one right here, for example, like it should spawn 2 squares higher than for that big piece right here. Because basically I should make sure that the first row where there's actually a square is the topmost row in the grid. So I'm going to do a function to calculate that. So set spawn position, I'm going to assume that the piece prototype has been determined, and we're going to check in the prototype definition what the first row is. So I'm going to just remove the output because I can't see anything. I'm going to loop again over all of these things and whatnot, just like when I spawn a piece. But my goal is only going to find the row that contains something. Okay, so here, position index, yeah, does not equal square null. Okay. And because I'm going row by row and checking all the columns for every single row, I only need to find the first one that isn't null. That's what I need to do. So if it's not null, I can actually just return. Oh, I say return, but like, not return, but like do my thing, right? Do my thing. So I'm gonna say cur like piece row, cur piece row. How did I call it? It was variable is called just piece row and piece call. Okay. So piece row. Gonna be equal. Oh, and I should do the same thing for the columns though. Like the first column is... No, maybe not, because the pivot is always supposed to be exactly in the middle. So the column actually should always be the same. The column should always be, you know, that one should be in the middle of the board, meaning that there's going to be 1, 2, 3, and 4 on one side, because there's, you know, 4 on every side. It's 9 large, meaning that this square here should be at position 2. So 0, 1, 2. So it should always be at position 2. So here, it should be 2 every single time. The row though, now let's say I just found something that is a null. The row is going to be equal to I. So do I set the row to I? No, it's going to be equal to... Oh, but that's the problem though. Because if I want this one, for example, to be the first, in the first row forever, it means that I need this square here to be at -1, -2. Which is not a row that exists. But because it's a square that is null, maybe it's okay. So I'm going to do -I in this case. So if it's at 0, it's -0. If it's at 1, -1. Yeah, it should be okay. Okay. I think that's okay. I'm going to try it. Oopsie. Oh, I didn't change those. Yeah. So actually it's going to be set spawn position. That's good. And I also want to... So, no, yeah, it's when I process, but it's also when I start that I want to set the spawn position. Spawn piece? Or maybe in the spawn piece function then. Whoops. Oh yeah, I can just do it as soon as I've selected the proto. Okay, so now if I start, this is obviously not okay. And this is obviously not okay. Okay, so it's in the middle, which is good. Obviously, it found a weird eye position. Why? Oh, I know. I know exactly why. Because I don't return. So I set the position and then I keep looping, and every time I find a square, I just make it go up. So no, I need to, once I'm done, I've done my job, I return. I'm done. I don't set the position again. Yes. Okay, that's good. That's good. That's much better. Okay, that's good. Yeah, again, it spawns where it should. No, it did spawn a little too low here. I know why. I know why. Spawn piece is fine. Here, set spawn position. I still need to move the piece. Because move piece just means update the visual position of the piece. So this should not be conditional. Okay. So here, if I'm just waiting, boom. Exactly. It's going to fall forever. Now, when I find that the piece cannot move anymore, specifically when it's going down, it's not going to be in the blocked function. It's going to be in the... I still have some debugging that I need to remove. Oops. What? Index? I'm never using index? Damn, that's crazy. Okay, I'm just gonna remove the debug here. Okay. So yeah, now it's pretty big, you know, we do have a piece, it moves around, it's fun, everybody likes that. I'm not rotating yet. Checking if it's blocked when it rotates is gonna be a little bit of a challenge. But see, it just works. It's so cool. Okay, that's nice. Yep, I'm liking this. Okay. Of course, now the big issue is that I'm never leaving squares behind. So when I reach the bottom, or, you know, when I'm blocked from the bottom, yeah, I need to actually just, spawn something new, but also make sure that I'm leaving behind the squares that are part of the, or, you know, at least updating the squares that are part of the grid. So I'm going to do two things for that. The first test that is like super, super fast. I'm going to do two really fast things before we actually do it. So when I spawn, yeah, here, generate a new piece, something that I want. Okay, so here in spawn piece or something. Oh yeah, if it's not equal null, else, just to make sure. Well, no, that's fine. But curve piece needs to be reset when I spawn a piece. So I'm not sure how I do this, but the first thing I should do here is this dot like clear. Yeah, dot clear. I think it worked. So if I do this, for example, and I just call spawn piece, when I said that I need to generate a new piece, I just say spawn piece. Okay, let's try this now. Oh, it doesn't work? Oh, because when okay, I get it. I clear, but when I clear, it doesn't resize. So the resize actually is going to happen in spawn piece. It's going to be much better if I do this. So I clear, then I resize, and then I'm ready. Okay. Oh, what? Wait, what? Why does it leave it behind? Oh my god, I know why. Oh, it's not supposed to. Not in this case, it's not supposed. Okay, yikes. Hey, thanks for the comment. Yeah, it's starting to look more and more like Tetris. We're actually pretty close in terms of basic mechanics. So it's cool. Okay, so the other test I wanted to do is when I just start at the very beginning, I wanted to just call the color function and just see, like, change color basically. Wait, where am I calling change color? And how am I using it? In the range and blah, blah, blah. If the piece is not null, then I call this. Okay, that's good. Because I want it that if I call it on a null piece, I can do something with it. Okay? Why? Very simple. It's because if I want to use change color, not just on the pieces themselves, but on the grid also, the grid needs to be able to reset some tiles to be null, basically. So the way I'm going to do this is just add one other elif. And the color is just going to be a full white. Just straight up. Elif null. Actually, it shouldn't be elif. It should just be the original if. So you should be an elif. Yeah. And you should be the OG, brother. Like this. So yeah, the original one. Just to be in the same order as they are in the enum. So if I put full white now. Full white. Okay, that's good. Yep. Okay. So now that's good. And I can call change color. So in my intro, in my ready function, I I see spawns grid square and whatnot, but spawning them, oh, I do instantiate them. Yeah, I actually do instantiate them. But then there's a new position and blah blah blah. No, that's okay actually. So spawn grid square is good. But it doesn't actually use those types. So I can put that afterwards in terms of logic. So they have been spawned. They actually do exist. Right? Like this. And in spawn grid square, I'm... Oh, but I'm not keeping a reference to them. So I can't change their color. Okay, I see. So I can't just change, I can't just call the change color function. Or actually, if I keep it in the correct order, technically I can just by... Yeah, but I don't really like that. Okay. So I'm going to add a new function for that, which is going to be calling that function. Yeah, but spawn grid square. I'm going to take inspiration from that. No, I think I should just keep a reference to every single, like, actual grid square. I think I should keep a reference to them and change their appearance. Like, maybe change even the sprite that they use. So that, because the background sprite is actually super clean, but there's a hand-drawn look to the falling pieces. So when they reach here, you know, I want it to stay like that, like it currently stays, right? The reason why it's doing that, by the way, right now, is because I'm being stupid and I'm not removing the sprites. So currently nothing has a reference to those sprites. Nothing remembers that there's anything here, so I'm going through them, as you can see. Yeah, that's kind of stupid. It's just a bunch of sprites stacking on top of one another. I should be deleting the sprites and doing something with it, but yeah, you know. Okay, that's kind of whack. So yeah. Maybe I don't. Yeah, I don't know. Technically, what I'm suggesting right now is deleting the sprites from the pieces and then spawning new sprites identical to those on the grid. But technically, it's all on the grid in a way. So maybe I just transfer control, but I need to keep a reference to the sprites that are in the scene so that I can delete them when I need to, and I can change their color or something when I need to as well. Okay. I'm not sure exactly how I'm going to do. You know what? I need to go to the bathroom, so I'm going to take a little break. And I'm going to see you in a sec. Also, eventually, I'm going to take an actual break to eat dinner. But I'm probably going to be back tonight. I really want to have as much of a functional Tetris game as possible tonight. So, you know, if I could even have, like, lines being cleared tonight, that would be crazy. Because tomorrow, which is the final day, I would have as much time as I want to add new mechanics to the game. That's kind of the goal. So, yep. I'm going to be back later. And for now, I'm going to the bathroom for a couple minutes. So, see ya. And I'm back with a great song. Let me just share the correct layout. Yeah. Okay. So again, it's looking pretty fun right now. Yeah. It looks great if I make sure there's no collision between the pieces. And then there's collision and it looks horrendous. So okay. How do I handle my sprites? That's the big question right now. I definitely need to have a reference to them in a way or another. Okay, at the very least, color block index. I can Google that. Not sure what that is. Yeah, we're not in the same time zone, I'm pretty sure. The sun is starting to rise where you are. Maybe you really should sleep. Well, good morning to you. But for me, it is night. Yeah, I'm about to eat dinner pretty soon. So yeah, color block index. I'm not sure what it is. I'm not sure. Well, in any case, I need to be able to destroy them, even if I like give the ownership of the sprites, right, from the piece to the board or the grid or whatever. It's still, I still need a reference to be able to delete it eventually. Oh. Yeah. The thing is, these curpiece. Oh, curpiece. Yeah, okay, yeah. Curpiece. Yeah, when I clear, why does it not destroy them? Curpiece, it contains... Yeah! Wait, that's true. The array actually contains the actual, the scenes, the instances of the scene. So when I say clear, it probably I need to loop over them and actually destroy them. Right? Okay, wait, if I go in array.clear or something like that. Okay, let's just, let's just see. Because clearly I call clear on an array and it just does not destroy the contents. Right? That's just so weird. So if I go ahead and do clear, what are you talking about? What? Array.clear, please. What? Is clear not a function? What? It does have clear. Erase, fill, insert is empty, map, and pop, reduce, remove, resize, reverse, are fine, set. Now there is a clear function. It's just not doing what I want it to do. I would really like it to just completely just de-instantiate them completely. So how do I make sure that it deletes them? Okay. Oh wait, that's the point where I'm actually going to open back the Suica game clone that I did a little while ago, like a year and a half ago. Because I know that I do something similar to that. I know that I destroy entities when I fuse fruit. New fruit equals fruit.instantiate. Sure. Position. Yeah, okay. Add child, new fruit. Okay. But I do have to destroy the fruits that are getting fused, right? Or am I calling fused fruit? Nowhere? Oh, here. Okay. Oh, on body entered. Okay, okay. Body entered, blah, 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 blah. Fused fruits, sure. Queue free? Yeah, it's queue free, actually. Maybe. Is it something that I define myself, queue free? I don't think so. Creating nodes. Oh yeah, okay, it's yeah, okay, they have like a okay, yeah, they have documentation about instances. Getting nodes, node paths, creating nodes, instantiating scenes. Okay, I see. Wow, okay, you can preload a scene. Instantiate, yeah. Yeah, okay, and in creating those, they have queue free somewhere. We can alter the creating nodes. So create, okay, you call new, add child, stuff like that. Right, 2d.new, okay, yeah. To delete a node and free it from memory, you can call its queue free method. Okay, that's what I need to do actually. Doing so queues the node for deletion at the end of the current frame after it's finished processing. I see, okay. At that point, the engine removes the node from the scene and frees the object in memory. Okay, yeah, that's exactly what I want. So when I'm reaching here, generate a new piece. So I'm spawning a piece, but I'm also going to be clearing the previous piece. So here, clear, sure, but before clearing, I should really just loop over the thing. For I in range of like 25, I think. Yeah, pretty sure it is. 25, then cur piece. Add that position. I mean, if it's not null, I guess, right? So, yeah, okay, so if cur piece at position I, then what I do is cur piece at position I dot queue free. It's a function. Okay, so if I try this, nope. Oh, because it might not have a... Okay, yeah. Okay, but maybe range is actually going to be per piece dot size or something. Oh yeah, maybe that's what I should have done everywhere, but... Okay, fine. Okay, that's good. And now when it reaches the bottom, it should just destroy it. Okay, see? That's good. That's good. Okay. Actually, maybe I even put this somewhere else in its own function instead of being a spawn piece. Because spawn piece technically should be all about clear and resize. Yeah, I don't know about that. Yeah, maybe, I guess. But the destruction here, it should be a different function, I think. Yeah. Because I feel like in the other function, like destroy piece or like move on from current piece, while yes, I destroy the previous piece, I'm also going to take the information from it to instantiate on the grid, on the board, the squares that are supposed to be there afterwards. So I'm gonna take that code. Let's just write a function like right here. It's gonna be func. Okay, just delete that. Func. Not like transfer ownership, like something like stop falling. Okay. Yeah, that's a good name for the function. It's pretty clear what happens. And at that point, yes, I'm going to be destroying those. But before I do that, even, I think I can just go over these and maybe... No, I can just delete them. And then right after that, yeah, so this is going to be destroy sprites from the piece, and here is going to be update sprites from the grid. Yep. And I even think that here I have null, but actually, and I could have grid here in the square types. And this way I could make my color function even better. Oh, we're done with the music. I'm going to change playlist actually. I have other playlists for the music. They're much shorter, so we're going to be done with them pretty fast. But I do have... I want something that can help me focus. So I'm going to take a playlist with just like really extended versions of songs. Okay. So the idea is here, the color function. When it's null, I set it to white. But that's not actually what I want. When it's null, I should check if the square exists, and if it does, I should make it invisible or something. Or maybe, you know, in the change color, I just literally destroy the thing. I don't really know. And when I set the color, I can make sure that the sprite is the sprite like hand-drawn square. Yeah, it could be that. Wait, but... Okay, how about I just try to change the color no matter what? Okay, so the grid squares. Sprites. The grid sprites at position I and j. No, at I times col max plus j equal this. Okay, so I'm gonna do var index because I'm gonna have to use it many times. This, then the variable is gonna be index. That's good. This way I do have a reference to the sprite, and I can just change the sprite itself, and I can change the color of the sprite as well. So here in the function, this is a new function. Didn't really add one. Generate a new piece. Okay, transform the piece into squares. Okay, yeah, so what I do here is grid sprites so it tries to fall and stuff. Okay, so here I should do yeah, basically I should go through the current piece. Yeah, no, it's gonna be a function like transfer something. Oh no, I did instantiate a new function, right? It's, what's it called? One piece. Stop falling, it was called. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Now update sprites from the grid. So I can loop over the grid so many times. Here, you know, 2 row, 2 column, grid row, grid column and stuff. I think that's what I want to do here. Pretty much. Yo, I just wanna... No, just... Okay. No. Decent whatnot. Okay, so now I'm iterating over the different squares that are part of the piece, and for every single one of them that is in null, I'm going to make sure that at the same position, at the grid row and grid column, I'm gonna update the squares that are part of the grid. So I can go like grid price, for example, at position, grid row, and grid col. Well, at position, grid row, okay, I can just do another variable, which is going to be the index. Okay. Oh, because you already have index. Grid index then. So grid's price at position grid index. I actually want to change the color of that. Change color. Yeah, change color for you. And the variant type that you want is actually what I have here at position I and J, right? So it's going to be cur piece proto, I guess, at position index. Yeah. So deep. Actually, you know what? If it's equal to null, continue. I think that's gonna help. If I do it like this, so I can do this. That's much better. Okay. Change color, that's good. Yeah. I don't want to just change the color though. I also want to make sure that grid squares at that same position, at grid index, will be equal to, instead of cur piece proto, is going to be cur piece. Oh yeah, I think it's cur piece proto at position index as well. Basically, you use the type to make sure you change the correct color, but you also give the type to the grid to make sure it's fine. So if I check this now, let's try this. Yo, see, that's so clean. Okay, please tell me I'm being blocked. Oh my god. Oh my god. Guys, we got a game. Right? I mean, come on. That's like the biggest jump that I've done, like, without testing, just doing a bit of code. It works. It's so crazy. That's awesome. What? Dude. So there's no lost condition or anything. I think it's just gonna crash eventually. Or not. They just spawn on top of one another for infinity and beyond. That's so cool. And I kind of like the fact that it's like crudely drawn, you know, the one that's dropping. And then as soon as it touches the ground or, you know, stops, boom, it just becomes super clean. Almost like if the color just fell out of the piece. Okay, come on. I'm going to insert it here. I'm going to... Oh, yeah. Yo, that's so good. Okay, come on. That's great. Of course, now I need to be able to clear lines. I need to be able to, you know, do a bunch of other stuff. But that's kind of awesome. And the thing is, the code that's there, it's a really good basis to keep going. Oh, also the lost condition would be really good to have. But, you know, that's pretty cool. I'm really liking this right now. Yeah, I think it's time for me to get dinner. Since it's going to take some amount of time and I'm going to take a little bit of a break, I might come back in like a little more than an hour, maybe an hour and a half. I don't know. I'm just going to chill a little bit. It's a good checkpoint. So I'm definitely going to come back tonight. But yeah, it's going to be a bit later. So I'm telling you bye-bye. I'm going to end the stream here and just start a new stream, you know, part 3 a little bit later tonight. So yeah, that's nice. I think it's a great spot to stop, you know? So yeah. Maybe I'll see you guys a little bit later. And again, if you want to check the streams that you've missed, they're always going to be available on the channel. All right. See ya. Thanks for being there.